Did you know that the City of Garden City offers a rebate program that could help you save water and lower your water bill? If you have an automatic sprinkler system at your home, you should be paying attention. In a typical year, almost half of the water used by residences in Garden City is for outdoor watering. That's over 700 million gallons of water, enough water to fill the big pool 350 times, and enough water to fill 5.6 billion 16-ounce water bottles. A lot of this water is used to water lawns when it's not needed. Early and late in the watering season, temperatures are lower and rainfall is more frequent. But since your old irrigation controller can't communicate with the weather service, it will keep watering like it's the middle of summer. New irrigation controllers with the WaterSense certification can help you. They pay attention to the weather by connecting to the weather service data through the internet or a dedicated weather station. Some controllers can even tell you about your watering on your smartphone or computer. The City of Garden City is using these types of controllers at more locations every year, and they are helping save water. The city wants you to try a WaterSense certified controller too. You can apply for a rebate up to $150 when you purchase a WaterSense certified controller and install it at your home. To qualify for the rebate, contact the Water Department or visit our website at www.garden-city.org/WaterSense to find out more about this program and learn how you can claim your rebate. It's time to let WaterSense save you some dollars and cents, and our water resources too.
What I love most about Garden City is our community's diversity. I think it's a true asset to the town, and also our amazing zoo.
What I like about Garden City is the way that the community comes together to support not only law enforcement, but everyone within the community.
I celebrate the people of Garden City.
Just raising a family here in Garden City.
What I celebrate in Garden City is our vibrant downtown that's full of life and full of great retail and eating establishments. It's a great place to be.
I take pride in Garden City because when things go wrong or something doesn't go our way, we come together as a community and help each other out.
I celebrate Garden City for its hometown feeling.
I celebrate in Garden City the diversity in ethnicities, the diversity in thought, and the diversity in religion, and everything that we have here, and it builds strength for our community.
What I celebrate about Garden City are the people.
What I celebrate about Garden City is that it's a community where people have come to work and to raise families, which makes it very stable.
I have made my home here in Garden City due to the foresight of our civic leaders in embracing the cultural diversity here in Garden City to move us forward as a community.
Our history of working together.
Lo que yo celebro de la ciudad es la comunidad.
What I celebrate in Garden City is our diversity that we have in our community, as well as the pioneering spirit.
So I call Garden City my home just because of the character of the people and the people in the community.
What I celebrate about Garden City is that it's my hometown, family, friends are here, and it's always going to be home.
It's the month of August. It's kind of weird. It's a month with no holidays, but yet it's a month where the sunflowers bloom. If you can just catch the right moment at the right time, it's just a postcard picture. So that's what I look for in Garden City every year.
Okay, what I celebrate about Garden City is the fact that I was born here in Garden City, and now I have 4 children who I'm raising here with my wife, and we are excited to call ourselves a part of Garden City.
What I celebrate about Garden City is that it's my hometown.
What I love about Garden City is family. I think Garden City is a great community to raise a family in.
What I celebrate about Garden City is our diversity and our ability to work together.
I celebrate community.
What I celebrate about Garden City is the economy and the prosperity of Garden City.
Support from the community.
I celebrate that Garden City has opportunity.
the opportunity to learn about different cultures, experience so many different things, and to just be a part of a great community.
I take pride in Garden City because it's a big city. It's not too big, but it's not too small, and there's a lot of things to do.
What I'm most proud about Garden City is how we're willing to help everybody, especially in time of need. I love the diversity here in Garden City itself.
And the thing that I really like about Garden City, and that it comes from the bottom of my heart, is the fact that it's the people. The people here in Garden City is what makes up a great community.
Lee Richardson Zoo is home to over 300 animals from around the world. We are proud to exemplify the high standards of care set out by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, putting Lee Richardson Zoo in the top 10% of animal facilities in the nation. Many of the zoo residents are a part of the species survival programs. These are cooperative programs developed by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums to ensure rare and endangered species are still around for many, many years to come. Lee Richardson Zoo is one of the top family attractions in the state of Kansas. The zoo enables guests to grow in their understanding and appreciation of many wonderful creatures from around the planet. Our guests can even enjoy a more personal experience during special guided animal encounters and our keeper chats. The keeper chats allow you to meet and learn directly from the animal care staff that work with the animals day in and day out. At the guided animal encounters, you may even have a chance to feed the animals. Trained zoo personnel share the inside scoop on animal information while leading the feeding encounters, which are safe and engaging experiences for guests and zoo residents alike. To learn when and where you can enjoy keeper chats and encounters, go to leerichardsonzoo.org or follow us on Facebook. Even during the school breaks, the Zoo Adventure Day Camps keep our young learners learning and active. Lee Richardson Zoo has many activities and events throughout the year. There's something for all ages. We can even make birthdays a bit wilder with a visit from some ambassador animals when you schedule a party at Lee Richardson Zoo. So come enjoy Lee Richardson Zoo today.
My name's Aaron Stewart. I'm the Parks and Rec Director for the City of Garden City. Well, technically, I've been the Parks and Rec Director for about 6 months now. I don't know that it was specific to local government. I was really interested in either teaching or Parks and Recreation, and this idea of service to the community and trying to help kids get better. And I was really into sports, so Parks and Rec kind of naturally called me, especially on the sports side. And I thought some of the lessons that I learned as a kid through athletics, I could then help pass down to another generation. So that's really kind of what got me into it. In college, I worked several part-time jobs, both for Independence Recreation Commission in Independence, Kansas, Ottawa Recreation Commission in Ottawa, Kansas, and then the Manhattan Parks and Recreation Department. But my first full-time job was with the City of Junction City as their assistant director. Again, I think I waffled back and forth between being a teacher or this profession when I was in college. Ultimately, this one out. Again, kind of back to that athletics thing. Rather than teaching, I kind of enjoyed being around the sports programs and multiple programs at that, not just one. Well, I think the biggest change was overnight. I went from 75 employees to 60. But there was also the addition of a zoo, a golf course, and then the parks department. So, as you can imagine, some of those have some very unique needs. Lots of learning, lots of unknowns based on my previous experience. So, just a lot to take in, taking that over. So, I think, my main job is to kind of facilitate and guide the development of facilities and services for the community to enhance the quality of life, help them live a more active lifestyle, and promote health and wellness and their well-being, both socially, mentally, and physically. So what we try to do is plan that out for the future and how to do certain projects, renovations, and all the way down to what kind of programs are we running and what are we trying to capture out of those programs. We run a lot of sports. There's actually a lot more behind that in trying to teach them something about life rather than winning or losing. So, I think it's all encompassing just to improve the quality of life for the community. I think what surprises most people is how much of an economic driver Parks and Recreation really is. It's both what I would say kind of behind the scenes with providing the support services that allow companies to come in and we offer the quality of life for the employees, i.e. Garden Rapids or the park we're in, Long Park, that has a walking trail and an ADA playground. So we offer the things for employees to do outside of that. But we also run things like tournaments and stuff like that, or even Garden Rapids, again, draws people in from outside, bringing outside monies into the community. So I think what surprises people is how big a player we are for economic impact. Oh, I think probably the one I'm most proud of in my career is coming here as the Recreation Commission Superintendent and taking that organization from where it was when I got here, ultimately to building the facility we were in earlier, which was the Overnight Gymnastics Center. That was a lot of hard work by more than just me. I had a great staff that obviously played a big role in that, but I think the Gymnastics Center was a testament to how we turn things around financially and our customer service improved and even our program operations. At least in my experience, one of the things that I kind of alluded to this earlier is in college I initiated, I supervised, I worked maintenance, I did all of these things that I now lean into nowadays as a director because of this breadth of experience. So I encourage them to find as many avenues of Parks and Recreation and explore all the different areas, whether it's aquatics or youth and teen programs and the active adult. I was fortunate enough through my career to touch all those in some way, and it plays a big role in my ability to be a director today. The nice thing about Parks and Recreation is so wide and so vast that all levels of education have a role have an area that they can be in, even from high school. I mean, there's so many jobs that we have that you can be involved in. If you're looking to be kind of on that upper end programmer, kind of that kind of coordinator level, those kind of things, you're going to need to go get a college degree. And my degree is in Parks and Rec Administration. There's some version of that out there, recreation management courses. The park side would have park management conservation side that deals a little more with plant life rather than people life. I'm starting to see throughout the field now, the higher you go, and some of these upper level positions are actually requiring a master's or better for director level positions. Not all of them. Most of the time it's still preferred, but there is even secondary education beyond your bachelor's that is needed for some areas, some locations nowadays. You know, one of the things that we're going, because we're this brand new department, we've merged a rec commission in with these other 3 departments. We're going to undergo master planning over the next year or so to develop a direction of where we want to see Garden City go. And the important part about this is we really want the public to drive that process. Meaning, if you receive a survey about Parks and Recreation in the mail, please answer it. That's legit. We need you to answer that. We need the input. We're going to have some community sessions, both virtually and in person, that we want people to come in and start talking about what they'd like to see out of Garden City. I think the exciting thing is I really want to see the public be the driver in what Parks and Recreation looks like in 10 years in the community, including what facilities we have, what we're offering, trail development, park development, all the above. We are always looking for part-time seasonal staff help. We are always looking for volunteer coaches. Those are big needs for our department. If you are interested in picking up some extra hours, or you have a teenager that's interested, we do hire young kids. We're often their first job. So we need scorekeepers, officials, lifeguards, all the above. We encourage you to keep an eye and apply for a rec attendant position on the website.
You know, because I had a passion, it happened because of the crews over here and working with the staff that allowed us to do these things in Garden City.
friends.
Dear Mayor and friends. Dear Mayor and friends, I am a 5th grader from BSE. I am very sorry about the 3 American men that almost killed 130 immigrants in Garden City and the church. I was shocked.
I was disappointed. I was emotional, embarrassed, and in shock.
I was disgusted.
I was furious.
They were showing a completely terrible example of America.
Who would do such a thing?
I wish there was no people like this in the world, but there just is. And I assure you, they don't represent us.
I wish we could all try to push away our differences and those of others and come together.
I would like to make the world a better place. I love the idea of being an immigrant.
When people from England came to America, they came for free religion and for a nice life.
It seemed ironic that the bomb was against certain religion because freedom of religion is why we're here in the first place.
I feel we all should be treated equally.
I think you should be safe wherever you live in America. I hope for a change in your community and that hate should go and be replaced with compassion and kindness.
I hope this letter put a smile on your face. Remember, Mrs. Perlman's 5th grade class is with you. Students of Buckland and Shelburne Elementary stand with you. Your supportive friend, Holden.
With support, Logan.
Your friend, Lila.
Julie, India.
Roby.
Natalie.
Emily.
Your friend, Logan.
Sincerely, Jadelyn.
Bianca.
Your friend, Bella.
Your friend, Mabel. Sincerely, Hazel.
Yours truly, Elias.
Jasmine. Ashley.
Your friend, Tyler.
Sincerely, your loving friend, Adrian.
Fiona.
Sincerely, Aiden.
Sincerely, Addison. I hope that with time our worries within Garden City will subside and peace will once again come to Garden City. With infinite hope, Allie M.
So, the requirements for open and controlled burns, if you are in the county, you need to call the station and request a burn permit. You are allowed to burn in the city limits. You need to burn in a controlled burn container. You do need to factor in the wind speeds. If it is super windy, it's not a good idea to burn. You can burn natural materials. You shouldn't burn any plastics. You shouldn't burn any pressure treated wood and things of that nature.
So we usually have about 60 seconds to be in full gear and get out of the house with your coat, your hood, your helmet, your boots and everything. That weighs about 30 pounds. If it gets wet, which it's going to from sweat and water from the hose, it's going to add another 10 pounds to that, and then our pack, which is a 45-minute bottle of air, is going to weigh about another 30. So you're looking about 60 to 70 pounds, and that's without tools.
We respond to all call wrecks. We assist EMS here in town with some calls that they have that they need extra manpower. We have a fire station out at the airport. We got 2 trucks out there, so we're on standby for any planes coming in or out. We respond to cats in the trees. We've even had a bird rescue in a tree before. Every fire hydrant around town, we test that every year, and we flow them to make sure they're good pressure and in good working order. We go to schools to do truck talks and to spray kids at the end of the year.
So mine would probably be fly, so I can get to the scene faster.
What we value the most about our community is the support we get, the feedback, and the interaction we get with you guys. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here, so I just want to say a big thank you to you guys.
In Garden City, we require firefighter 1. We have to require you to live within 45 miles of the city. Your firefighter 1 certificate has to be Pro Board or IFSAC sealed, and that's all we require to be a beginning firefighter. We also opened up a firefighter 2 position transfer, which is you have to have firefighter 1, firefighter 2, driver operator, hazmat, ops, and awareness, and that'll make you eligible to be promoted to our driver position after 6 months of probationary.
We have 2 fire engines, one at Station 1, one at Station 2. We have a 100-foot platform here, truck company. We have water tenders, 2,300 gallon and 3,000 gallon. We're getting ready to get 2 Skeeter brush trucks. They're Type 5 brush trucks. And then here in about 2 weeks, in Station 2 will get a new engine. You guys are welcome to come out and check that out when it gets here.
I chose to become a firefighter because I wanted to take part in a service and do something that was bigger than myself. I wanted to become part of a team that was self-driven, that had work ethic, and that cared about the citizens we serve. Here at Garden City Fire, we're on the move. Our city is growing, which means our department is growing. If you or someone you know is interested in becoming part of Garden City's Bravest, please reach out to us so we can answer any questions. We are driven, we've got grit, and we are on the move, and we want you to join Garden City Fire.
Our smoke and carbon monoxide detector program is a free program offered to the citizens of Garden City and Finney County, as well as the citizens of Holcomb. The smoke detectors, you can get up to 3 smoke detectors per household. Carbon monoxide detectors, you can get up to 2 per household. We also have recently received some bed shaker smoke detectors for the disabled, and we will be distributing them out as best we can with some of the different people here in Garden City. The program is available right now and has been active for the last 2 months, and all citizens need to do is call into the fire station here and schedule an appointment. Smoke detectors take usually about 10 minutes to install. The carbon monoxide detectors take less than 5 minutes.
What's my favorite holiday and why? I tend to fall on the Thanksgiving and Christmas around here. Everybody gets together, our families come down, and I really enjoy all the sweats.
city clerk. I've been with the city since 2011, and before that I worked in the city manager's office and human resources, and I just celebrated 20 years with the city in June of 2020. To be honest, I really didn't know what I was getting into when I started at the city. I was just really looking for a job. I had just graduated from Garden City Community College and applied here at the city, but however, local government has grown on me as my career. Obviously, I've been here 20 years. I just love to serve the people that I work with and to serve our community. My main duty for the city is to provide administrative support for the city commissioners. I prepare and distribute the city commission minutes, packets, agendas. I serve as the recording secretary for all city commission meetings that happen the first and third Tuesday of each month. I keep the official record of the city commission minutes, the agendas, the ordinances, the resolutions, all contracts and agreements that the city enters into, and then miscellaneous record information. So along with providing support to the commission, some of the other duties that the city clerk provides, I maintain or I assist in maintaining the online portal for all of the code of ordinances for the city of Garden City. That includes any ordinance that's passed by the governing body. And we update that bi-monthly with any new ordinance. But it's available online for citizens to look at, so that has to be maintained. The city clerk serves as the Freedom of Information Officer, so all records requests must go through me. That doesn't necessarily mean that I have access to all of those records, but I reach out to those departments, get those records, and get them out in a timely fashion to the requester. I coordinate and implement the city's property and liability insurance, which includes renewals, claims against the city, any new vehicle or new property, anytime we take fleet out of any vehicles out of our fleet, anytime we've sold property, any construction, those all are things that have to be covered under our property. So I work closely with our insurance provider on all of those details. One of the other things maybe was essential, I help prepare and distribute licenses for the city, and the licenses that the city clerk coordinates will be the Sierra Malt Beverages licenses. There's about 43 licenses in the city. Those are renewed annually. Liquor licenses, we have about 40 liquor licenses. Food truck licenses, itinerant merchant licenses, pawnbroker and precious metal licenses. Those are all licenses that go through the city clerk's office. The clerk works very closely with the city manager's office, human resources. I reside with them in the same office suite. Service and finance, IT and communications. I believe I work with most of the departments: police, fire, golf, neighborhood and development services, the cemetery. I feel like I just work with representatives from every department. So highlights of my career here at the city. I have a couple of them, but one of the first ones that I thought of was just basically representing Garden City across the state of Kansas with the different associations that I belong to. I belong to the City Clerks and Municipal Finance Officer Association, and then also the Administrative Assistants of Kansas Cities. And I just love to go to those meetings and conferences and just brag on what our people are doing here in Garden City. Another highlight that I have is I started working here when I was 24 years old, and I feel like I've just grown as a person so much in that time. And it's been, to say that my coworkers are family, are more than just coworkers, is just really an understatement. I've made so many coworkers turn to close friends over the years, and that to me is a highlight for me personally. And then the last one is, it's kind of been my baby, I guess, but I've helped coordinate with the help of many other city employees. The Finney County United Way, the city does a campaign for Finney County United Way, and we raise money. And in just over 10 years, we've raised our employee contributions from about $8,000 to up to $33,000. And that money goes to help our community, and so that's another highlight that I'm very proud of. If you are interested in local government but not necessarily working for the City of Garden City, we do have many opportunities for you to serve on advisory boards. We currently have 16 advisory boards. That ranges from the Garden City Recreation Commission, the Local Housing Authority, Board of Zoning Appeals. We have Cultural Relations Board. We do have an application if you're interested in our financial profile. You just go to the page 33 and there is an application for you to fill out, or you can just reach out to me, contact me, and I can get you a paper application as well. But we would love for you to serve on one of our advisory boards.
Yeah, my name is Matt Allen. I've been the city manager for the City of Garden City for the last 12 and a half years. I've been with the City of Garden City since March of 2002. Initially, a career in local government was an alternative to law school. It was a plan B to go study public administration, but I quickly was drawn to it. It provided me an outlet for a lot of very different interests. I didn't necessarily know what I would do with a law degree, but I did have an interest in public policy, but also had an interest in business management and leadership. And a career in city management really affords someone the opportunity to work in a wide variety of areas. My undergraduate degree is in history and political science, and my graduate degree is in public administration. Prior to my senior year as an undergraduate student, I had an opportunity to do an internship with Saline County, and I wasn't quite sure at the time that I was working for a local government. It didn't dawn on me. I had taken it because the internship suggested that it would be a nice background for someone pursuing law school. And but while I was there, that summer, the county administrator resigned, and I had an opportunity to help that community through their budgeting process. And really, from there, it kind of piqued my interest in local government, and also served to help get me admitted into the University of Kansas Graduate School, which had a really high reputation for helping people who wanted to be local government managers. Yeah, the city has probably 24, 25 different business units organized into different departments and divisions, but they range from police, fire, municipal court, sort of the public safety world, into infrastructure like streets and parks, electric utility, water, wastewater. But then we also have some feature facilities in our community that are unique to Garden City. We've got an accredited zoo, Lee Richardson Zoo. We operate a municipal golf course, Buffalo Dunes. We also have an airport, and Garden City Regional Airport is a city department. And so all of these things added together is really the scope of services that we provide, and what I'm involved with every day. My responsibility is to oversee the corporate structure of the entire city of Garden City and all that we do. I am hired by a group of 5 volunteer elected officials, and I'm their one employee, and then it's my responsibility to hire and motivate the 350 plus employees that we have with the City of Garden City. Most of what I hope to instill in our employees really revolves around our core values. We talk a lot about them in this organization. Service is at the cornerstone of that. Not only are we a public service agency providing public service to the community, but we also expect our employees to carry out their roles and their responsibilities with a servant mindset, with servant leadership qualities at the forefront. We want people to feel like when they interact with someone with the City of Garden City, no matter what the situation, that they feel like we've been in service to them. we also take that very seriously as it relates to how we deal with each other. So in a work environment or from department to department, we want to be in service to one another in that way too. Our other core values are community, and that really speaks to the sense of we're a network in Garden City of different public, private entities, individuals as well, and all of that comes together to form a community. We're one part of it. There's times when we're called to lead, but there are also times when we're called to support and be in support of someone else trying to accomplish their dream in the community. Finally, performance is our third core value, and that really speaks to a commitment to a continuous learning or continuous improvement cycle. Those three added together are really what I try to speak to in our organization and coach up as best I can. We have a management team that's filled with the subject matter experts in every field in this community. And while it's important that I know something about the subjects that they deal in, I'm far from being as informed or as educated in those areas as they are. My responsibility is really to try to tie that all together, help set up issues for our elected officials to decide, and then when they make those decisions, help those department heads go out and execute those plans. There's certainly been a lot of them in my 25-year career that have taken place during my 18 years with the City of Garden City and my little over 12 years as city manager. Some of them that I'm probably most proud of are related to industrial, commercial, and residential development. That's I enjoy those types of projects. I enjoy them for a couple of reasons. One, because they can be complex. They're hard to put together. If it was easy, we'd see a lot more of them, and we'd see a lot more of them scattered not only throughout western Kansas, but even throughout our own history. So I take a lot of pride in the fact that I've been able to assemble a team of professionals that has the same mindset to help private industry and residential developers construct something here in this community that is of value to them, is profitable to them, but then also creates value for the people that live here and the people who shop here. So those projects are exciting. Schulman Crossing certainly stands out as one of them, but figuring out a way to get housing constructed when we knew we had a tremendous deficit in housing has been something that I've been proud to partner with our other local government managers here in our organization to figure that one out. We've had some large industrial projects as well. Conestoga, TP&L, DFA, Empirical, which is around the corner and under construction right now. All of those projects have been really fun to work on, really fun to work with those companies to problem solve what it would take to build in Garden City, and work with the Economic Development Corporation and other community partners to pull those things off. I'm excited in Garden City to see where we continue to find folks to step up and volunteer for advisory boards and to take on the role of city commissioner and help lead this community. If it wasn't for our volunteer elected officials to provide us direction and to help communicate what they hear as goals being spoken out in the community and work together to mesh those into a real concise pattern of goals that as a staff we can go follow and try to make happen, we wouldn't have any success. And so our community certainly has a history of having great volunteer elected officials, and I look forward to seeing the people that this community continues to put forward to serve in that role.
Cliff Sonnenberg, and I'm the electric superintendent for the city of Garden City. I've been the electric superintendent for 21 years. Well, my granddad worked for the water department years ago, and later on when the wastewater facility was constructed, he went to work out there, and later on my dad went to work at the wastewater facility also. So I kind of grew up with ties to the city of Garden City, and I started as a lineman, and then I was promoted to foreman. Later on I applied to the superintendent's position and was accepted. With the supervisory positions, I was a lot more exposed to the workings of the municipal city government. During this time, I was able to continue my education in management as well, and it's really a continued learning experience. When I started with the electric department in 1978, there were 6 employees on the line crew who rotated on call duty. We maintained the system, added to new extensions, maintained the metering, and took care of all the traffic lights. At the time, the system was all at 4160 voltage, and the downtown was the old 12208 network system, which was all tied together. And at the time, the street lights were all a series circuit street light system, except for a few of they were a mercury vapor light, which was the new technology at the time back then that was an upgrade from the series circuit lights. The clerk's office had field meter readers to read the meters for billing. The hospital at the time was our largest load. Now, we've got 12 employees on the line crew, and we're doing voltage conversions to a higher voltage, which is more stable and efficient. The underground electric is much more safer to work with for the linemen and is much more reliable. Now we have LED lighting and much more better tools and materials to build and upgrade the systems with. We also have an automated meter reading system that reads the meters remotely. On any questions on new existing upgrades for electrical needs, problems with the power at customers, residents, and businesses, power restoration after storm damage, and questions on tree trimming. When we have a problem or outage, we have an outage map system that tells us exactly where the outage is occurring and what customers are affected. The line crews respond, diagnose the problem, isolate it, and work to restore the needed repairs and the power restored to customers as soon as possible. I would say find a career that you really enjoy and follow through with it. There are a lot of employees with the City of Garden City that started in the entry level and moved up through the years to be very successful supervisors and directors. During extreme storm events, we'll work however many hours it takes to get the power restored to customers and the facilities. And if it turns out to be an extended amount of time, we split the crews up to get them some rest, and it's not uncommon to set up cots and sleeping bags here at the shop for them to have some rest, and then they go right back to work. With the electric division, we have apprentice lineman, journeyman lineman, meter technician, a service installer, and then we also have positions in the substation division.
Hey guys, Ramsey here at Core Fitness, dropping in just to let everyone know about a couple offers and specials that are going on, as well as a couple events coming up that you guys should be looking out for. So first of all, we are excited to say that we have finally brought back the Zumba class. We have Zumba going on Mondays and Wednesdays from 5:30 to about 6:15 with Jay Christensen. It is a super fun, upbeat, just awesome class that I would really recommend everyone trying out. Next, we have come up with a Core and Les Mills combo. So what you get with this is a membership to Core Fitness, as well as a membership to Les Mills, all of the classes that Les Mills provides. Last but not least, we have our Outrun Childhood Obesity Run coming up on April 10th. You can sign up for a 2-mile, 5K, a 10K, even all the way up to a half marathon if you're really feeling like challenging yourself. This event raises funds and goes towards our summer fit camp, to which we can provide for free to the children that sign up. They learn about healthy living lifestyles and just have a bunch of fun for about 2 months with us. So you can find out more information on all of this and athletics, everything else at gcrc.com. You can also find us on Facebook. Just look up Garden City Parks and Rec. You can also find us at Core Fitness. We hope everyone is enjoying the new year, and we look forward to seeing your faces soon.
Working with animals has always been the goal. I've worked with a lot of species that some folks will only see on TV. I've been close enough to, be physically rocked by the roar of a lion. Hi, I'm Christy Newland, Director of Lee Richardson Zoo. I've served as director for 7.5 years now. Well, I'm a Kansas native, and I started my zoo career at Sedgwick County Zoo in Wichita, and then we moved on to Memphis Zoo. But after being out of the state for 8 years, Kansas and family were calling. There was an opportunity at Lee Richardson Zoo. I checked it out with friends, with colleagues, and they said Lee Richardson Zoo was a well-run place with a lot of potential, so it just seemed like it was meant to be. Well, probably the most unique aspect of working for this municipal zoo is the marvelous support we have. I mean, Lee Richardson Zoo turns 95 years next year, 95 years old, and that doesn't happen on its own. It takes a lot of people to make that happen, and it's not just financial support. There are so many talented people throughout the city that, whether it's IT or fire or police, water, electric, if there's opportunities for them to help us out, they do, and we help them out. We're all part of the community and work to make the community a better place to be. The role of director at a zoo is kind of all-encompassing. It lets you put your arms around the entire zoo. It's about coordinating the work of a lot of talented people for the best impact, helping those people develop professionally. It's about keeping the zoo relevant to the community, making sure we're providing the community with safe, high-quality, engaging experiences, about ensuring the welfare of the animals that live here at the zoo. Lee Richardson Zoo is part of Parks and Rec in the city of Garden City. So the zoo director reports to the Parks and Recreation director, who reports to the city manager, who reports to the city commission. The surprising things about my job for most folks is probably that it's 24/7, 365, and it's all encompassing. I mean, there's days I might be presenting to the commission one day, running an emergency drill the next day, mulching an area or weeding the next day, crunching a lot of numbers. It's just really varied and covers about anything at the zoo. I've been in the business for a while, so highlights of the career and projects. I've worked with a lot of species that some folks will only see on TV. I've been close enough to, be physically rocked by the roar of a lion. My trip to China and bringing back giant pandas for Memphis Zoo was definitely special. Each birth is special. We had a baby black rhino born and a baby red ruffed lemur, both firsts for us. And those are both critically endangered species that we just added to the population. So that is just so cool. We opened Primate Forest and a new flamingo habitat and expanded our animal health facility, all of those last year. And that's a big step forward for the zoo and something we can all be very proud of. Lee Richardson Zoo has been accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums for 36 years. The application is very thorough. It covers animal care and welfare, veterinary care, guest amenities, financial stability, educational programming, the governing body, safety and security, physical facility. And then there's a 3-day inspection by a visiting committee, and they go everywhere and do everything. They eat the food out of the gift shop. They talk to community members. It's basically a white glove inspection tremendously. As far as AZA accreditation goes, that is deemed the gold standard in animal care and welfare worldwide. And there's 241 facilities currently accredited, and we're one of those. I have worked with a lot of species over the years, and they all have something special if you're willing to look for it. A few of them it's a little harder, but probably the one individual that's nearest and dearest to my heart would probably be a chimp named Marcus. He's just a very special individual, and we forged a relationship over the years that is, I said, near and dear. For somebody interested in being a zoo director, the main thing is take a deep breath before you dive in. Every once in a while it might feel like you're gasping for air, but there's people around to help you out, and it's the people you work with, the community you work for, and the animals that you benefit that make it all worth it. Now, as far as what's exciting at the zoo, there's always something going on, so there's always something to see, so come on down anytime. Next year, we're redoing the free flight aviary area at the Marie Osterberg Aviary, and we do turn 95 next year, so while we haven't quite worked out how we'll celebrate that, I'm sure we'll have something special in store. For conservation, we have our Smart Flower out at the zoo that converts solar energy to help power the primate forest and flamingo buildings. As we mentioned earlier, we do have breeding programs like for the rhino and the red ruff lemurs that work with critically endangered or threatened species to help the sustainability of their population. As far as conservation at Lee Richardson Zoo goes, we plant for wildlife also. We have our butterfly garden, which sustains butterflies as they go through on their migratory path. And out there at the butterfly garden, we also have various signs that help tell people how they can do that too. We're participating in an ornate box turtle study across the state with other zoos that's actually going to help give other agencies the numbers they need and have never had on ornate box turtles, so they can actually figure out if that species is under threat. And we also, of course, have our wonderful education programs that we offer that engage folks in conservation action.
Hi, I'm Joe Nobby. I'm the Deputy Director here at the Lee Richardson Zoo. I've only been the Deputy Director since February 1st of this year, 2021. I've been in the zoo business for quite a while. I came to the zoo with 35 years experience at 2 other zoos, and it was part of the development and evolution of my career, looking for more opportunities, new opportunities. And to be honest, on a personal note, I'm a native of the Midwest, grew up in St. Louis, and it was an opportunity to get closer to family and friends. Oh, obviously the size of the collection, the diversity, the number of animals, and the number of staff. A lot of times in bigger zoos, people are very much compartmentalized and specialized. They may only work with one type of animal. At a smaller zoo, people work a diversity of animals, not just birds or not just primates, but they may be working with many different types of animals. I knew I wanted to always work with animals. Growing up, I was one of those kids who, with a family that liked the outdoors and liked camping, it just grew into an interest in animals and wildlife in general. So that's what I pursued in college, and I pursued behavior as my particular interest, and that took me down the lines of primate behavior, and that's where I specialized in my zoo career. A deputy director does many, many things in this role, and especially at a small zoo like ours, it's more like what don't I do here at the zoo. I might do a break at the gatehouse for the attendant there so she can take a little time, or I may be out pulling some weeds. On the other hand, I do a lot of things with overseeing staff, the animal collection, education department and the programs, the personnel there. It's always changing. The deputy director at the zoo is second in charge at this facility to the director. And the zoo itself is part of the Department of Parks and Recreation, kind of an umbrella with other organizations. I think what surprises people is just the variety of things that I may do. There are the things that we know are going to exist day to day, but it's constantly in flux here. There's always things that come up, and if in a smaller staff, if someone is not available on vacation, or we have someone maybe out sick, that means that we might have to shift around roles and responsibilities and help out where we can. So I think people are surprised with the things that I may end up doing. I have had the opportunity in a long zoo career to do a lot with animals, specifically primates, and probably one of the most rewarding things is animals who, for whatever reason, their mother doesn't raise them, and they have to be hand-reared by keepers. And you don't go into hand-rearing process without plans for that animal's future and when it's going to rejoin its own kind. And I've been involved in the hand-rearing and reintroduction process, what we call the resocialization process, because obviously no one is a better parent than a member of their species themselves. And being able to rear baby chimpanzees, baby gorillas, and gradually socialize them with their own kind and see them grow and become healthy, happy members of a social group and less reliant on me. It's selfishly, it's a little difficult to cut that bond, but it's so rewarding to see a chimp baby become a chimp and not a chimp that acts like a human. I've also been involved in plenty of construction projects on everything from small scale to large scale. My job has given me the opportunity to go to many places across the world, including Madagascar, to do work there, as well as Uganda and Kenya. So it's been a really rewarding opportunity for me. With the exception of a very short time when I first started in the zoo field and was part-time employee in the summer, almost my entire career has been devoted to primates. So that's my specialty. I have worked with everything from a tiny little pygmy marmoset to gorillas. There are so many special relationships. I think in part it's because I've worked with primates. And they're so engaging and they respond to us so much. And animals like chimpanzees are so intelligent. So, especially those that I hand-reared because the mothers didn't care for them. I had that close bond early on. There's a little bit more trust. It's hard to describe. They truly are like my family in many respects. They show emotions, and it's really hard not to have a relationship with animals like that. You know, you shouldn't be working with animals unless you have a real passion for the animals themselves, because it's certainly not a career where you can expect that you're going to make a lot of money. With few exceptions, a lot of fame. It's something that you do for your love of animals, and to always keep yourself grounded and keep that in mind. A lot of times if you're having a tough day at work at the zoo and it's because of what you're doing with paperwork or issues that may come up with questions with the staff, you need to get away from that. You can always go back to the animals and kind of reset, and your blood pressure come down. It's just that's where your passion, your drive should lie. If somebody wants to join the zoo field, I think they really need to get a combination of both practical experience, hands-on experience, as well as book knowledge. If we have somebody comes to us and say, hey, look, I have a degree in animal science and biology, I love animals, I have dogs and cats, what we need is somebody who also is willing to get dirty and work hard. And if somebody wants to get into the zoo field and has some practical experience, whether it's working at a veterinary clinic volunteering or helping clean up kennels or whatever it might be, or be out on the farm mucking stalls, and we see that combination of education as well as practical experience, and so that people understand that it's not always a glamorous thing to do. There's a lot of hard work. We get real dirty, but we love what we do. You know, I have to say, coming here from larger zoos that have large education programs, our staff and facilities, I was really impressed for the size of this zoo and how extensive our educational programming is, the facilities, and how much outreach we do in the community. So there's so much community outreach and just day to day, but the school programs here and the number of contacts that our educators make with the classrooms each year is pretty incredible. But if you come to the zoo and not have somebody come to the school, when you come to the zoo, there are opportunities for those of all ages. We try to highlight events and have people engage in things like discovery carts around the zoo. We have a story time program for preschoolers that they can come out and hear a story, learn a little bit something about animals from volunteers. And we also have a distance learning studio. It's something set up especially during COVID when we couldn't do a lot of in-person instruction. We can do it virtually, we can do it over video. And we have a studio here that's a real quality facility that our educators can reach out virtually.
Director of Aviation for the Garden City Regional Airport. I've been at the airport since 2003 and became the Director of the airport in 2007. The City of Garden City owns and operates about 1,800 acres out here at the airport, so that consists of airfield, landside, buildings, grounds, runway lights, pavement, lots of pavement, equipment, vehicles, pretty much everything you can think of a small little city we have out here at the airport. We do work with other city departments such as the fire department. They provide ARF services for us anytime we have outgoing commercial flights. Police department also assists with security for our outgoing flights, and law enforcement in general supports the airport and provides safety and security for the airport, as well as other departments such as electric, solid waste, water department. They all help and help our department to make the airport operational. Out here at the airport we have administration, and then we have operations maintenance. In bigger airports, operations and maintenance are two separate departments. But however, here at our airport, we have a smaller staff, so our folks handle both the operation sites, which consists of the airfield, inspecting the airfield and making sure that we comply with all the FAA requirements, as well as maintaining all the airfield, all the buildings, all the grounds, all the infrastructure, pavement, grass, equipment, and vehicles out here. So they have a lot on their plate to handle on a daily basis. Of my career out here at the airport include the transition of air service. We had some really good, reliable air service, but it was just on a smaller scale with some turboprops, and then we were able to transition to the regional jets that fly down to Dallas. So that was a major point. But honestly, the highlight of my career is working with so many great people. There have been a lot of folks who work for different businesses out here, as well as the City of Garden City, that just all have the same mentality of making the airport work and the community work. And so their love of aviation and service to the general public is definitely something that I value. The airport falls under the city structure under the Assistant City Manager, Jennifer Cunningham. We also have a lot of projects coming up. One major and exciting project is the construction of a new terminal. We hope to break ground in the winter of 2021 and look through the construction through 2024. We had a large amount of money granted from the Federal Aviation Administration under the CARES Act that will be the majority contribution of the funding for the terminal. So we are very excited for that process. Basically, the terminal will double in size. We'll actually have a baggage claim area with a baggage belt instead of receiving your baggage from a garage door. We also will have a larger security room that will provide some up-to-date technology like a full body imager and provide a lot more space for our passengers. That way we can provide better efficiency, safety, and security for everyone. The airport has an airport advisory board that meets the second Thursday of every month, and they provide input on all the leases, all the progress that the airport's making, all the federal contracts that we work with, all the projects, everything. So it's a great opportunity to serve your community and gain a lot of information about the airport. We also provide tours, school tours, public civic events, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts. Just call our office and we'll be able to accommodate that request. We also provide opportunities for the Citizens Academy that comes out and visits our airport, and we get to show them the tour and some of our fun snow removal equipment. We take a tour of the air traffic control tower. We go through the airline process and see a lot of our general aviation side as well. So we always say, fly local, fly home, fly GCK.
All right, my name is Mayra Benitez and I am with the City of Garden City. And today I'm going to demonstrate the effects of stormwater management. So what we have here is a display of a community. And so we'll just say this is Garden City. So I'll take you around the whole module. This right here, this is what would be considered our Arkansas River. And it's a little farm here. We have a little like a treatment plant. This is totally not us since we don't have mountains, but this is just where mountains are and golf course, residential area, and then there's a construction area here. So typically what I'm going to demonstrate is the effects if we're not careful of how we pick up after ourselves, what it can do and how our water system can get, how some of this oil spills, construction site debris, how that can end up in our river. All right, so what we have here are possible spills that could occur. For example, farmers, they use fertilizer for their crops, and that is something that can end up, if we're not careful, it can end up in our waters. And then on our construction site here, it's the same thing. The debris, we got concrete, dirt, just blowing all over into the residential areas. And then in our treatment plant, there can be spills in there as well. Especially when you're driving your vehicle, you might not know, but you could possibly have your car leaking some oil, and that can just leave oil spills all over our road systems. So again, what would happen is we get rain. This all just ends up in our water system. In our case, it would be the Arkansas River. And then this is what would happen is all of it goes into our rivers, and our river is now polluted. All right, so if there are any incidents around town, you can feel free to call the city and we can help take care of this. If there's something you're deciding to wash your car at home, just make sure that everything's being taken care of correctly. Again, just feel free, any issues, any concerns, call the city and contact us, and we can help manage this, and together we can prevent all of this from happening and getting into our water system.
We try to send guys once a year to Wichita to do training. There's also other trainings that we do to keep up with techniques, or do things, stuff that'll make our job easier, new tools that we can use, and we also try and do some sort of physical activity, at least an hour a day.
When we get a call from the dispatch center, most calls we're going to have a general idea of where to go, because they'll give us the street name and address. If it's a call or if it's an address that we don't run to normally, then we can always refer to our maps. We have several different maps. This particular one is for the city of Garden City, which labels each individual house number, and then it is also divided up by our response districts. The district up here is for Station 1 calls. The district down here is for Station 2 calls. Then we also have the county map, and then we can reference the 100 block numbers if we're unfamiliar with anything in the county.
Bedroom doors should be closed when you're sleeping because it puts a barrier between you and the fire. If the fire starts in the hallway or outside of your room, it follows the path of least resistance. So if you have your bedroom door shut, it will allow the fire to not get into your bedroom. There's been all kinds of studies out there that have shown that bedrooms that are open and bedrooms that are closed, there's better survivability in the rooms that have been closed off to the fire.
My heroes are the guys that have been on the department for a very long time. Why? Because honestly they share a lot of knowledge, and I enjoy the knowledge that they give out, and it helps.
I would say a big motivator for us, for me especially, is being a role model for the younger generation, people coming up. Another motivator I have would be the people of the community, you know, that call upon us to serve, that need our help, whatever the case may be.
So ours is probably going to be the fire hose, so whenever we make entry into a structure fire, we can actually put the fire out relatively quickly.
Well, the difference between the smoke depends on the product that's being burnt. So for instance, if you have tires or a house that's on fire, the smoke's going to be darker. It's the glues and the rubbers, the plastics that's burning that makes the smoke black. Whether it's a grass fire, that'll be a more white smoke. It's a natural burning. So that's basically the difference. So the fire engine, they will perform fire attack, and the truck company will perform search and rescue and ventilation, and also aerial operations.
I believe I'm very funny. People always say I should be a stand-up comedian, but as a firefighter, I prefer sitting down.
You should check your smoke detectors at least once a month by pushing the button on them, making sure that they sound, making sure that the battery is still good. You should also check the date on them. Most smoke detectors are good for 10 years, no matter how long many times you replace the battery or whatnot, and the lithium ones are good for 10 years no matter what. So to answer the question, check them once a month and then replace them every 10 years. Yes, all smoke detectors have batteries. Some of them do run off of your household AC current, but they have battery backups. So, to answer your question, you should change your batteries once every 6 months or when the time changes. The 10-year lithium ones, they're maintenance free. You don't need to change those until the alarm expires.
My favorite part about the community is how supportive they are, how always they're involved with us, and they're always inviting us to events like dinners. I know all the churches are involved with us all the time. Also, the diversity that we have in the community. We have restaurants from all over the world, like Mexican restaurants. I know we have an African restaurant around. So that's what I love about the community.
So all of our fire trucks have water in them. Some of our trucks might have 250 gallons of water, and we also have trucks that have up to 3,000 gallons of water. So depending on the size of fire, if you have a small fire like a trash can or a dumpster fire, you can use just whatever water's on board the truck. Or if you have a huge house fire that's going to take a lot of water, we might hook up to a hydrant. So it's always good to know where your hydrants are at, not necessarily saying you have to use them.
Jones. I'm the Water Resource Manager for the City of Garden City, Kansas. I've been in this position with the city for about 7.5 years. Both of my parents were teachers and public servants, and it seemed like a career in my family, and so I've always been interested in working for the public and serving others. I actually got my start in local government as a police officer right out of college. I was a police officer for about 6 years, and then I worked for an economic development organization as their director for about 5 years before I came to Southwest Kansas and started working as a city administrator. The water resource manager is responsible for the water and wastewater departments here in Garden City. And we also work with reclaimed water, so the reuse of water is also part of my job. I report to Mike Muirhead, the Public Works and Public Utilities Director. When I was city administrator at Lakin, Kansas, I had the opportunity to work on the first water plant in the state to remove uranium from groundwater, and that led to my interest in water resources and utilities. And since I've come to Garden City, some of the things we're very proud of is our customer water use report, where we're taking advantage of our metering infrastructure that was installed about a decade ago and providing more information to our customers about our water use. I'm also very proud of the work that we've done between the city and the Bureau of Reclamation on our water reuse projects to try and reutilize some of the water that goes through our wastewater plant. The city's been involved for the last several years in a project with the Bureau of Reclamation to reuse water in the city and to market water for other purposes. For instance, if there's industrial customers that could utilize reuse water instead of fresh potable water. The City of Garden City has been fortunate. This is the third round of grants that we've worked on with the Bureau of Reclamation, which is very uncommon for a community that isn't served by a surface water resource. We have been working with other city departments as well to upgrade their irrigation systems, and we've seen a lot of savings in water in the city from those irrigation upgrades. We're also looking forward to the water savings that we should have with the opening of the Garden Rapids facility this summer. Currently, we try to provide as much information to customers as possible regarding their water use. We've developed a water use report for customers that's a one-of-a-kind report in our part of the nation, and we allow customers to compare their water use to how their neighborhood is performing. Additionally, in the last year, we've also started a water sense controller rebate. We have a number of customers in Garden City that have automated outdoor irrigation systems, and this controller rebate is something that we encourage all of our customers to take advantage of. It helps you have more control over your outdoor watering and save water during those times when it's really not necessary to be watering outside.
The Garden City Police Department has a long-standing tradition of law enforcement based on protection and service within our community. We've built partnerships to improve the quality of life and provide a safe community through effective police service. While always respecting the rights and dignity of those we serve. Duty, honor, courage. It's more than a slogan, it's a way of life. It's our duty to protect, honor, and serve, and have the courage to do it all. We accept the challenge to serve the community we live in, day or night. Stand with us. Join our team. The Garden City Police Department.
Most bottled water in the United States comes from municipal water supplies. Imagine if you buy a bottle of water for yourself each day of the year for $1 per bottle. At the end of the year, you would have spent $365, right? How much would that same bottle of water cost if you filled it 365 times from the tap? It would only cost 12 cents for the entire year. So, drink tap. It reduces waste in your pocketbook and in landfills. The average person uses 165 gallons of water per day in Garden City. But where does that water go? About 100 gallons of water is used inside the home. About 27 gallons are used on toilets. 22 gallons are used for washing clothes. 17 gallons are used for bathing. 16 gallons by faucets, like your kitchen or bathroom sink. And a national estimate says 14 gallons are lost through leaks, drips, or waste. Outside the house, a lot of water is used for outdoor irrigation. Since we don't irrigate during the winter months, a lot of water is used outside during the summer, every day. In those few summer months, 42% of the water for homes in the city is used on the lawn or the landscape.
A WaterSense certified irrigation controller can save you money and water. Check out www.garden-city.org/WaterSense for more information about our WaterSense controller rebate program.
The average person uses 165 gallons of water per day in Garden City. But where does that water go? About 100 gallons of water is used inside the home. About 27 gallons are used on toilets. 22 gallons are used for washing clothes. 17 gallons are used for bathing. 16 gallons by faucets, like your kitchen or bathroom sink. And a national estimate says 14 gallons are lost through leaks, drips, or waste. Outside the house, a lot of water is used for outdoor irrigation. Since we don't irrigate during the winter months, a lot of water is used outside during the summer, every day. In those few summer months, 42% of the water for homes in the city is used on the lawn or the landscape. Most bottled water in the United States comes from municipal water supplies. Imagine if you buy a bottle of water for yourself each day of the year for $1 per bottle. At the end of the year, you would have spent $365, right? How much would that same bottle of water cost if you filled it 365 times from the tap? It would only cost 12 cents for the entire year. So, drink tap. It reduces waste in your pocketbook and in landfills.
Jason Hayes. I'm the head golf professional at Buffalo Dunes Golf Course. I will be starting my 5th season this coming August the 15th, so almost 5 years. I been in the golf business since can't even count how many years now. I knew about Buffalo Dunes. I was at a private club for almost 17 years. It's just time to make a change, and I wasn't real sure what to expect when I came up to interview. And when I got up here, went through the interview process, just kind of fell in love with the golf course, the community, and the city. And I just thought, man, it'd be a great place to hang my hat for a while. And it's been a really good ride so far. Probably the hardest thing that I've had to learn is some of the city policies. It's different than the private sector. Golf is golf across the board when you get down into the bare bones of it, but just the other aspects of being a city employee. I know one of the things that we've tried to do out here is become more involved in city events and processes and that sort of deal. We're kind of on our own island out here, being 6 miles south of town, so we can get lost in the shuffle. But we're trying to get more involved in what's going on with the city and just the community itself. I've wanted to be in the golf business since I was a little kid. I started when I was about 9 picking range balls. I wanted to be a golf course superintendent. And then I played in college. I've always played, and then kind of my hometown golf course in New Mexico hired an assistant pro, and they hired me, and haven't looked back. So I've been doing this for 28 years now. The role of a golf professional is it's hard to describe. I mean, one, I get to come to work every day and do something that I love. I also am a small business owner. A lot of people don't realize that. I own the golf shop. And so we spend a lot of time merchandising. I teach a lot. Taught over 500 golf lessons last year. So grow the game of golf. Junior golf is important. We have a really good junior program that we've established. I help coach the junior college golf team, which I think is important. Just anything that I can get my fingers in as far as golf and get people exposed to the game and help grow the game. I think it's important. Buffalo Dunes Golf Course falls under the Parks and Rec Department for the City of Garden City. When I first got here, my direct report to was Jennifer Cunningham, and she was fantastic. And now I get to report to Erin Stewart, and it's been great. We've got a great crew, and again, just the city is fantastic to work for. Probably the hours that we work, I don't think people realize all the time that we spend out here. We work holidays, we work weekends, we get out here early, we stay late. There's just a lot going on all the time, and we kind of fit our schedules around the golfer schedules, and so I don't think people realize exactly how much time that we spend out here during the season. Probably since being up here, I was named Chapter Merchandiser of the Year for the Kansas chapter, and then I was also named Youth Player Development for the Kansas chapter. When I was down in Texas, I won multiple awards for West Texas chapter and the North Texas section. The hard part about being in Garden City is we're part of the South Central section of the PGA of America, and that encompasses all of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and southern Kansas. And so all of our events and meetings and stuff are usually in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Little Rock. It's a ways to travel to be involved in the section. And I think we're at the point now where we've got the ship pointed in the right direction out here with myself and Clay and our staffs that I can get a little more involved in that aspect. And that's one of the things that I enjoyed the most, the governments of the PGA of America, and not being involved in that has been interesting the last 4 or 5 years. So I think the most rewarding part is watching a golfer hit a shot. You're given a golf lesson, and when they finally get it and they hit 5, 6, 7 balls in a row, just the look on their face, and it's like they've accomplished something, because golf is a hard game. It can be frustrating. One of my favorite jokes is, why is golf called golf? And it's because all the other 4-letter words were taken. So There's a lot of truth to that. Make sure that you love it. It's got to be your passion. There's multiple avenues on how to do it. You definitely need to work for somebody that can help advance your career. One of the things I like to hang my hat on is I've had guys that have gone on to work for me and gone on to some really good jobs, not only in the golf business, but just once they decide golf is not for me, they become successful. So it's nice to have that mentorship and watch those guys improve themselves and go on to bigger and better things. There's multiple universities that have PGM, PGA programs. I would definitely recommend starting that route. You can also do an apprenticeship through the PGA of America, which will take 3 to 5 years. You're going to get a degree in marketing, business. I mean, it doesn't matter. So there's not a wrong way or a right way. I think it's the individual, and then who you work for and your network that you're able to create. I think the big thing, and it's already happened, but us being named the #8 municipal golf course in the country it's something that we definitely need to hang our hats on. The golf course is only going to get better with the improvement plan. Also, the Friends of Buffalo Dunes with the new clubhouse. I don't think people will realize what a new clubhouse would do for Garden City, the golf course, just Western Kansas. It would allow us to do lots of things. I mean, we're going to be hosting the Symetra Tour event, Garden City Charity Classic, for another 3 years. There's all kinds of things that are going on.
We are advocates and defenders. We are champions and friends. We are deep sea divers and river riders. We are scientists and researchers, and so much more. We are the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, 230 strong accredited members who go to work to ensure the conservation of our precious wildlife in their home and in our care. Visit aza.org/join us to find your local accredited aquarium or zoo.
The City of Garden City has launched a new web application to help keep residents informed during power outages and to assist Garden City electric crews in restoring power to neighborhoods. The Power Outage Management System can be accessed online at www.garden-city.org/poweroutages or under the Our Community tab on the city's website. This app gives residents real-time information regarding power outages typically caused by severe weather. If you experience an outage, simply navigate to the app on a battery-powered computer or mobile device. You'll be greeted by a splash screen with bulleted user instructions. We will highlight each of those bullets separately. You can zoom in and out by clicking the buttons in the top left-hand corner. If you need to move the map around, just click and drag the map with your cursor to the location you are looking for. Residents will also be able to search for their address in the search box located in the top right-hand corner. Addresses must be entered the same way they appear on city utility bills, but the application will offer suggestions to help make it a bit easier for the user. This process will allow you to see if your address is in one of the areas affected by an outage. The red markers on the map indicate an outage. If there is a large red circle with a number, it means there are a significant number of outages in that area. If you zoom in, the circle will disperse and show you where all of the outages are located. If you click on any of the red markers, they will provide you with more detailed information about that outage. The box in the bottom right is a legend to give more information to residents about the outages. Each area is given a color code to help residents know which outage they are a part of. If users want more information about an outage, they can click on the I Information icon. The information in the application will change as power is restored. Because the page will not automatically refresh, users are encouraged to refresh the page often. The refresh button can be found in the top right corner of the screen.
Hi, I'm Mike Muirhead, Public Utilities Director for the City of Garden City, and I'd like to introduce you to the new Power Outage Management System that we have recently put together. This new program is a result of the snowstorm we experienced in April of 2017. As you know, we had many power outages within the Garden City area, and when the regional transmission system failed, both the police department and the utility service center was overwhelmed with phone calls. We realized then that we needed to put together a new program to keep you, the citizens, better informed as to what was going on. Even though we can't stop the severe weather from occurring, we can keep you better informed, and that's our intent to do with this program, so let's see how this works.
The City of Garden City has launched a new web application to help keep residents informed during power outages and to assist Garden City electric crews in restoring power to neighborhoods. The Power Outage Management System can be accessed online at www.garden-city.org/poweroutages or under the Our Community tab on the city's website. This app gives residents real-time information regarding power outages typically caused by severe weather. If you experience an outage, simply navigate to the app on a battery-powered computer or mobile device. You'll be greeted by a splash screen with bulleted user instructions. We will highlight each of those bullets separately. You can zoom in and out by clicking the buttons in the top left-hand corner. If you need to move the map around, just click and drag the map with your cursor to the location you are looking for. Residents will also be able to search for their address in the search box located in the top right-hand corner. Addresses must be entered the same way they appear on city utility bills, but the application will offer suggestions to help make it a bit easier for the user. This process will allow you to see if your address is in one of the areas affected by an outage. The red markers on the map indicate an outage. If there is a large red circle with a number, it means there are a significant number of outages in that area. If you zoom in, the circle will disperse and show you where all of the outages are located. If you click on any of the red markers, they will provide you with more detailed information about that outage. The box in the bottom right is a legend to give more information to residents about the outages. Each area is given a color code to help residents know which outage they are a part of. If users want more information about an outage, they can click on the I information icon. The information in the application will change as power is restored. Because the page will not automatically refresh, users are encouraged to refresh the page often. The refresh button can be found in the top right corner of the screen.
Hi, I'm Ashley Freeberg, Communication and Project Manager for the City of Garden City, and I'd like to invite you to join me for Citizens Academy 2018. Citizens Academy is a chance for local residents to go behind the scenes of local government. It's a chance for you to learn what roles government plays in your everyday life. Citizens Academy 2018 will begin Thursday, March 22nd, and we will meet weekly for about 3 hours until May 10th. The group will tour the airport, the City Administrative Center, Lee Richardson Zoo, and other city facilities. We'll also hear presentations from Public Utilities, Public Works, Buffalo Dunes Golf Course, and many more. There's also free food. Applications are available now and seating is limited. If you are interested in participating, please go to www.garden-city.org/citizensacademy and fill out an application before March 16th. There is no cost to participate, but if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at the information below. I look forward to meeting you March 22nd.
The Garden City Regional Airport Terminal project is estimated to cost $30 million, of which $22 million is federally and state funded. The remaining $8 million is bonded as the city's local obligation. On November 2nd, 2021, voters will decide how the city's annual payment is funded. A yes vote would result in the city levying a 3/20ths of a cent or 15/100ths of a cent retailer sales tax that would take effect on April 1st, 2022. Following the expiration of the 0.15% sales tax for Horse Thief Reservoir in the first quarter of 2022, the tax would generate an estimated $1 million annually. The yearly debt service payment for the airport terminal project is $645,000, leaving an estimated $350,000 for property tax stabilization and parks and recreation projects. A no vote would result in a $2.85 million increase to the city's bond and interest property tax levy. New airport terminal features will include an enclosed passenger boarding bridge that leads to aircrafts, a full body scanner for security screening, a baggage claim system, a pre-check lane, a public viewing area of the airfield, advanced technology for safety and security, and increased space for passenger waiting. Any funds raised from a 3/20ths of a cent or 15/100ths of a cent retailer sales tax in excess of the annual debt service requirement, which is $645,000, would be used for property tax stabilization and parks and recreation projects.
Meet Jack, a justified automated collections kiosk, the City of Garden City's new convenient self-pay kiosk for utility bills.
To begin, start by lifting the flap. You will be greeted by a screen that gives you the option to proceed in either English or Spanish.
there are 3 payment options: cash, credit card, or check. Once your payment option has been selected, you will need to enter your account information. To do this, you can scan the barcode on your utility bill using the barcode reader. To use this option, you must hit touch here to scan your bill on the screen, then place the barcode on the bill under the barcode reader. The other option is to enter your account number in the lookup by account number box. The kiosk will ask you to confirm the account information before moving on. Next, the system will ask you for a cell phone number to send confirmation that the payment was accepted. Some accounts will already have the customer's cell phone number on file. You will then be directed to a screen asking you to select the amount you wish to pay. Using the keypad, enter in the desired payment amount. If you are paying with cash, you will be prompted to insert your payment into the slot shown on the screen after entering the desired payment amount. The screen will show you the amount you have paid as the cash is accepted as well and what amount is still owed. In the case of overpayment, cash will be returned in whole dollar amounts. The machine cannot process coins, so overpayment in an amount less than $1 will be credited to your next bill. The screen will prompt you to collect your cash from the same place you inserted it. This process is slower than most, so please remain patient. Once the payment is completed, you will receive a summary of the transaction. If you would like to use a credit or debit card to make payment, please follow the same steps when entering your account number, phone number, and payment amount. Once those steps have been completed, the screen will prompt you to insert and remove your card from the slot. The screen will let you know that a card was detected. After the payment has been accepted, you will be given the option of a receipt. To pay by check, please select the check option from the payment choices and follow the same steps as all other payment options. Once all information is entered and confirmed, the screen will prompt you to enter your check into the slot provided as shown on the screen. Please ensure that your check does not have any paper clips or staples attached to it and that it is not in an envelope before inserting it into the designated slot. Once the check is inserted, the kiosk will show you an image of the deposited check to ensure that everything is correct. It will also ask you to confirm the amount written on the check. If the amount needs to be changed, you can do so at this point. Once confirmed, the process is complete and you will be given the option of a receipt. Once payment is complete, you will be asked how you would like to receive your receipt: printed, emailed, or through text message, which is an option that isn't available just yet, but it's coming soon. By default, all options will be checked, but you can decline any just by unchecking the box. If you choose a printed receipt, it will print right at the kiosk. If you would like a receipt emailed to you, just enter an email address when prompted. Some accounts may already have an email address associated with them. The kiosk will ask to make sure you received your receipt before asking how your experience was. If you need assistance while using the kiosk, 2 options are available. In the top right corner of the screen, there is a call for help button. If you push this button, a keypad will appear for you to enter your cell phone number and your customer service representative will call you to walk you through any issues. There is also the option for you to call customer service. The phone number is provided in the red square located to the left under the screen.
Hi, my name is Melinda Hitz, and I'd like to show you the Service and Finance Office and the duties that they perform for the City of Garden City. The first thing I'd like to take you through is the financial cycle of the City of Garden City. It starts out in late August with the Capital Improvement Plan. This process begins at the department level. We also get input from the citizens, and we have a committee that goes through the capital improvement programs to make recommendations to the City Commission. The City Commission holds a goal-setting retreat before the budget process starts. It's usually at the end of February. We have recently just completed that, and we'll be looking at those goals during our budget session. In March and April, the city departments prepare budgets to present to the city manager that is then finalized as a proposed budget to present to the city commission. During the months of April, May, and June, those department budgets are presented to the commission. The city's assessed valuation is determined at the first part of July. The budget is finalized at a public hearing in the month of July for formal adoption. The finalized budget is then presented to the county clerk at the end of August, and the budget sessions are over at that time. Once the budget is over, we start getting our financials ready for the audit. This happens during the months of November and December, where we're closing our books out, and the auditors come to the city during the month of February. The audit, after approved by the City Commission, is sent to the Government Finance Officers Association to determine whether or not it meets the requirements for the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report Award by that organization. The city is required to have an annual audit every year. The result of this is a CAFR, a Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. The city has received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting since 1994, the only city west of Hutchinson to receive this. This is the highest award that a municipality can receive in the financial reporting arena. This report also assists the bond rating agency when the city issues debt, as it has detailed community information needed for the analysis. The American Institute of Certified Public Accountants annually recognizes one CPA in government based on their innovative ideas in municipal finance. In 2014, I was named the Government Impact Award winner at the local level. 2 others were recognized at the state and national level. This award, although received by me, is a collective work of all the staff that I work with. It is an honor to bring this back to Garden City. Two years ago, the city implemented financial management guidelines. This is a manual that is distributed to all city department heads so that they are in compliance with all of the guidelines and policies that the city has adopted. Some of those are fund balance and the reserves that we need to maintain. Another one is budgeting. That gives us the rules on budgeting, capital improvement program, and fixed assets. We also have a debt management policy and a cash management and investment policy. We also look at the enterprise funds, which are the electric, water, sewer, solid waste funds, and make sure that those funds have adequate cash balances to provide services to the customers. Another big one in there is our procurement policy. This is how we purchase things that the departments need in order to do their operations. The most important one that we just recently implemented was responding to a financial emergency. This was one of the goals that a commissioner brought up 2 years ago. Guideline that we put together has been well received throughout the nation. We've received several phone calls on how we put this together, and several other entities in the United States are currently looking at providing one of these policies in their manual. I'd like to talk a little bit about debt issues that the city does. In order to provide funding for certain projects, the city has to issue debt. The state statutes govern how this is done. Municipalities cannot just walk into a bank and borrow money. In partnership with our bond counsel, financial advisor, and city staff, we issue general obligation bonds. These are backed by the full faith and credit of the city. Revenues from property tax and/or user fees pay off the debt. The most recent projects paid for with property tax is the fire station addition and the fire station ladder truck, for example. Financing methods for other projects. The city has utilized the tax increment financing tool for the Shulman Crossing development. This tool is for commercial property. The city issued bonds to obtain the land and construct all of the infrastructure. The property taxes paid from the developer on these properties pays off the debt. Another item that we use for residential is the Rural Housing Incentive District, and it is used for developers for qualified housing developments. This is very similar to a tax increment financing. The property tax paid each year repays the developers for qualified infrastructure costs. Now I'd like to talk about the mill levy discussion that we have. Take a look at a certain piece of property and show you how that works. Let's say that we have a house that has an appraised value of $150,000. We then take the appraised value by the residential percentage to calculate the assessed value on that piece of property. So this $150,000 house is multiplied by 11.5% to come up with $17,250. This dollar amount is then multiplied by the mill levy for the city, which in 2017 it was 37.457 mills. That amount is $646.13 of city property tax. If you would divide that by 12 months, that is $53.84 a month that you're paying for various services in the city. With that dollar amount, you get police service, fire services, maintenance of your streets, creation of parks and maintenance of parks, and also the zoo is in that calculation. Other items are the cemetery department and the administration of the city. The city in 2017 had purchases that it paid for of $85,546,000. Of that, the net payroll to city employees was $10,962. And if you can imagine, most of that money is spent in the city of Garden City. With that information, we also bring in roughly the same amount of money in revenues between property taxes and utility payments. The $85 million in and the $85 million out all goes through the Service and Finance Department. The Service and Finance Office, one of the big duties that they have there is the utility collection and billing. We create service orders when new customers come in, set up their accounts, and monthly they receive a bill. These bills are read every month. Today, with all the innovation that we've had, we have remote readings that we can electronically pull off of most meters. So this process has totally changed since 1991 when I started here. This is a very important area in utility billing to make sure that your customer's billing is correct. We have various reports that we have to prepare to make sure that the bill that we send you is the correct amount. We have consumption reports from last year that we compare to this year to make sure you don't have any water leaks. If you do, normally you will see that on your bill and it will alert you to come and see us to see if there's anything that is amiss in your water service. There are many different ways that you can pay your bill to the city. You don't actually have to come in every day. For those of you that like to stay up at night, you can even pay us at 11:59 p.m. and that payment will be credited on that day through online payments. Customers can also pay through the automated phone system and pay with a credit card, or they can pay with a check, and that's free of charge. Checks that are sent in the mail go to our lockbox. They are processed by the institution that we have for that. They are the ones that cash your checks and send us a spreadsheet to import into our billing to show that you have paid. And of course, we always have in-office payments where we gladly take your check, money order, or credit card payments. We also offer bank debits for customers, and that is free of charge. The way that works is you will receive your utility bill in the mail, and 15 days later that amount that shows up on your statement will be taken out of your account. We also offer budget billing for those customers that have been with us for a year or more, and that is an average amount that you will pay every month based on your previous year usage.
Trent Maxwell. I'm the Director of Neighborhood and Development Services. I've been working for municipalities for over 14 years in the Neighborhood and Development Services departments. I've always been in construction. I love seeing projects from start to finish. Working for the city allows me to still see the projects throughout and see them finish, but it gives me a good work environment. I know the hours I'm working. I know that at 5 o'clock sometimes I can go home. But working within the department and the people that you work with is rewarding. And sometimes in the construction field you don't get those rewarding relationships that you do with coworkers in our department. So in my current role, we see every project and every application come from the very beginning of conception, throughout the design and throughout the build of the project to completion. We see the project finish. One of the projects coming up that I'm really excited about is the airport. And it's exciting to be in the meetings early on to see what the design of the airport is going to look like, watch the construction process go through, and then see the finished product, which I think everyone in Garden City is going to be excited to see that airport finish. I oversee the engineering department, the planning and zoning department, code enforcement, and building inspections. We have a great department, great employees. We love teamwork. We have created, I think, and fostered a culture of family. All of us get along really well together. It makes coming to work enjoyable, and that's my goal as a director, is to help improve and foster kind, trusting relationships. I believe our work efficiency, I believe our quality of product that we produce, and our customer service improves when we all enjoy where we work. To take ownership and pride in what they do. Every job, no matter what it is important. It's important to the city, it's important to the community. To take pride, take ownership, take responsibility, and where we can improve, to continue to look to those areas of improvement. We need to constantly be aware of customer service and make strides towards improving it. And that's probably one of our number one goals, is customer service. Some of the highlights that I've been blessed to experience is the trust of those that I work with. I've had great co-workers, and I've had great managers or city managers that I've worked for. Feeling the trust from my co-workers as well as those developers, it is rewarding for me. I want to be a partner with the community. I want to be the partner with the developers and with my co-workers. And as much as I can encourage them to come to us for help throughout their process to make their projects go smoother and be successful, that is my goal. And so anytime I can help build and foster those relationships with the public, with the community, that makes me happy. So currently we are remodeling our department. That is exciting for us as employees of the city, when you see a space that is transformed to better fit the needs of what we have right now and to help us be more efficient. Some of the projects that I'm excited about is the new airport coming. I love the design of it. I think it is going to be a focal point of the city and a first impression for anyone coming to visit, and that is the first thing you see is this beautiful new state-of-the-art airport. I think will set some people's decisions to come back and visit, or to move, or bring their business here. I think will help make that decision. Some of the other projects that I've been excited about, the big pool I think is amazing. I love the history of the big pool, and I love that the characteristics of the big pool to an extent have stayed, and now the pool is tailored to what the community needs are today, and I think it's going to get utilized a lot. The numbers of people showing up and visiting it every day, I think, proves that it's a successful project. Anytime a homeowner or any business develops vacant land, does a remodel to their house, is rewarding for me. It's improvements to their living situation or to their work situation or to grow their business, and I encourage that and all kinds of development. So currently within our department, we do have a couple programs that can benefit the public. One is called the NRP, Neighborhood Revitalization Program. Eligible residents can receive tax rebates based on remodel projects or improvements that they have made to their houses. It works for commercial as well, so feel free to come in and talk to staff at the Neighborhood and Development Services Department for more information about that program. The other thing that we're always looking for is help with our boards and commissions. We have several boards or commissions that meet that help determine development in Garden City. It may help someone on a decision on their house, whether they can build it or add on in a certain way. Some of those commissions are, we have the Planning Commission, we have the Board of Zoning Appeals, and that is there's a Finney County Board of Zoning Appeals and there is a Garden City Board of Zoning Appeals. We also cover the city of Holcomb City. So there are plenty of opportunities to serve. It is great to have the public engaged with our department and with all these different projects that pass through us. And those different boards and commissions, they help determine sometimes the way the project ends up or what it looks like, or maybe how it's developed. Feel free to go to the website to look at the applications for the different boards that you want to apply for. The other thing I would mention is we have our comp plan that is still in process, and the community engagement is very key. The comp plan is, I say comp plan, it is the comprehensive plan, and that helps drive our capital improvement projects and decide where trails go, where splash pads may go, where parks may get improved, what the community feels they need for amenities or just basic services. Please go to our website to get more information on that. If you hear of any meetings, please feel free to show up and give us your opinion and your thoughts.
Tyler Patterson, and I'm the Utilities Warehouse Manager for the City of Garden City. I've been in my position now for a little over 5 years. I felt that it was a great opportunity for me to be able to not only expand my knowledge, but also utilize my experience with the procurement and organizational skills while serving the city that I was born and raised in. My role as the Utilities Warehouse Manager, a brief description, it entails the purchasing of all material, tools, safety equipment, and many other things that's essential to making the department run efficient. We have over 2,200 parts in the warehouse between water and electric. That ranges from electrical transformers to fire hydrants, utility poles, electric and water meters. So we got a lot of moving parts coming and going on a daily basis. The warehouse also is in charge of the spec and bidding process, speccing out new equipment and vehicles, and following it all the way through the bid process until it's purchased. One other task that we do handle as well is all the electrical equipment, transformers, some of the older equipment that comes in the warehouse. It's got to be properly disposed of, and there's a lot of process to that. I think the biggest part for me is just getting as much involvement, input, and knowing exactly what is needed to help with the process or whatever we're trying to improve. Once I have those three things, I like to set goals and deadlines and just get to work. I mean, I'm one to know kind of what's needed, jump into it, and get going with it. After that, the most enjoyable part for me is to be able to sit back as a team and kind of visualize and look at what we've all accomplished together. The municipal court project and the fleet maintenance project, they were similar in a few different ways. They both had the need for space. For one, we had to review the way that data was being inputted, and they both needed a good layout, floor plan. They also both took a lot of different input from several different individuals. A lot of things couldn't be missed or overlooked. So these two projects, the fleet maintenance and the municipal court and police department evidence project, two projects that aren't finished yet, but very close, and a lot of work has been done coming to today. The fleet maintenance, that project, what it was that's a department that takes care of all the fleet vehicles and equipment in the city. We seen there was need for improvement with not only the program they were using, but also kind of how the parts and material was being controlled. We knew there were some improvements that could be made, and so we knew we had a software that was fully capable of doing this, software we've been using for 5+ years now. And so we all thought about that real hard, and right now we're in the middle of transferring all the data and getting ready to get training done and implement that program to the fleet. So that's the fleet project. Municipal court, that's been an ongoing project for a little over a year now, I think. There was a study done, and there was some needs for different changes and improvements as well. The biggest one was space. So we worked together a lot on that, me and several different individuals within the city, and we were able to locate a facility that was going to be able to serve as two parts of what we needed, not just the evidence for PD, but also the municipal court needs. As for similarities, I think the top three probably are going to be they both needed space. Both projects needed a review of how data was being documented, and also an effective and efficient layout floor plan. Highlights of my career, I honestly think that just being able to have the ability to work with all the different very talented individuals not only city employees, but vendors and contractors as well. I've learned a lot through the years, and I've built some very good working relationships. For a project that I'm most proud of, that would be the complete revamp of the water and electric inventory. We completely redid the whole warehouse inside and out. That would be the water and electric inventory. We also implemented a successful computer software to be able to control it all. And that was a big project. It took a lot of work and a lot of team just coming together and the continued work that it takes to maintain that today. As someone once told me, you can't improve what you don't measure. Well, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and just staying up to date with the technology and having the right tool to do the job is very important.
Did you know that the City of Garden City offers a rebate program that can help you save water and lower your water bill? If you have an automatic sprinkler system at your home, you should be paying attention. In a typical year, almost half of the water used by residences in Garden City is for outdoor watering. That's over 700 million gallons of water, enough water to fill the big pool 350 times. And enough water to fill 5.6 billion 16-ounce water bottles. A lot of this water is used to water lawns when it's not needed. Early and late in the watering season, temperatures are lower and rainfall is more frequent. But since your old irrigation controller can't communicate with the weather service, it will keep watering like it's the middle of summer. New irrigation controllers with the WaterSense certification can help you. They pay attention to the weather by connecting to the weather service data through the internet or a dedicated weather station. Some controllers can even tell you about your watering on your smartphone or computer. The City of Garden City is using these types of controllers at more locations every year, and they are helping save water. The city wants you to try a WaterSense certified controller too. You can apply for a rebate up to $150 when you purchase a WaterSense certified controller and install it at your home. To qualify for the rebate, contact the Water Department or visit our website at www.garden-city.org/WaterSense to find out more about this program and learn how you can claim your rebate. It's time to let WaterSense save you some dollars and cents, and our water resources too.
What I love most about Garden City is our community's diversity. I think it's a true asset to the town, and also our amazing zoo.
What I like about Garden City is the way that the community comes together to support not only law enforcement, but everyone within the community.
I celebrate the people of Garden City.
Just raising a family here in Garden City.
What I celebrate in Garden City is our vibrant downtown that's full of life and full of great retail and eating establishments. It's a great place to be.
I take pride in Garden City because when things go wrong or something doesn't go our way, we come together as a community and help each other out.
I celebrate Garden City for its hometown feeling.
I celebrate in Garden City the diversity in ethnicities, the diversity in thought, and the diversity in religion, and everything that we have here, and it builds strength for our community.
What I celebrate about Garden City are the people.
What I celebrate about Garden City is that it's a community where people have come to work and to raise families, which makes it very stable.
I have made my home here in Garden City due to the foresight of our civic leaders in embracing the culture of diversity here in Garden City to move us forward as a community.
Our history of working together.
Lo que yo celebro de la ciudad es la comunidad.
What I celebrate in Garden City is our diversity that we have in our community, as well as the pioneering spirit.
So I call Garden City my home just because of the character of the people and the people in the community.
What I celebrate about Garden City is that it's my hometown, family, friends are here, and it's always going to be home.
It's the month of August. It's kind of weird. It's a month with no holidays, but yet it's a month where the sunflowers bloom. If you can just catch the right moment at the right time, it's just a postcard picture. So that's what I look for in Garden City every year.
Okay, what I celebrate about Garden City is the fact that I was born here in Garden City, and now I have 4 children who I'm raising here with my wife, and we are excited to call ourselves a part of Garden City.
What I celebrate about Garden City is that it's my hometown.
What I love about Garden City is family. I think Garden City is a great community to raise a family in.
What I celebrate about Garden City is our diversity and our ability to work together.
I celebrate community.
What I celebrate about Garden City is the economy and the prosperity of Garden City.
Support from the community.
I celebrate that Garden City has opportunity. The opportunity to learn about different cultures, experience so many different things, and to just be a part of a great community.
I take pride in Garden City because it's a big city. It's not too big, but it's not too small, and there's a lot of things to do.
What I'm most proud about Garden City is how we're willing to help everybody, and especially in time of need. I love the diversity here in Garden City itself.
And the thing that I really like about Garden City, and that it comes from the bottom of my heart, is the fact that it's the people. The people here in Garden City is what makes up a great community.
Lee Richardson Zoo is home to over 300 animals from around the world. We are proud to exemplify the high standards of care set out by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, putting Lee Richardson Zoo in the top 10% of animal facilities in the nation. Many of the zoo residents are a part of the species survival programs. These are cooperative programs developed by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums to ensure rare and endangered species are still around for many, many years to come. Lee Richardson Zoo is one of the top family attractions in the state of Kansas. The zoo enables guests to grow in their understanding and appreciation of many wonderful creatures from around the planet. Our guests can even enjoy a more personal experience during special guided animal encounters and our keeper chats. The keeper chats allow you to meet and learn directly from the animal care staff that work with the animals day in and day out. At the guided animal encounters, you may even have a chance to feed the animals. Trained zoo personnel share the inside scoop on animal information while leading the feeding encounters, which are safe and engaging experiences for guests and zoo residents alike. To learn when and where you can enjoy keeper chats and encounters, go to leerichardsonzoo.org or follow us on Facebook. Even during the school breaks, the Zoo Adventure Day Camps keep our young learners learning and active. Lee Richardson Zoo has many activities and events throughout the year. There's something for all ages. We can even make birthdays a bit wilder with a visit from some ambassador animals when you schedule a party at Lee Richardson Zoo. So come enjoy Lee Richardson Zoo today.
My name's Aaron Stewart. I'm the Parks and Rec Director for the City of Garden City. Well, technically, I've been the Parks and Rec Director for about 6 months now. I don't know that it was specific to local government. I was really interested in either teaching or Parks and Recreation, and this idea of service to the community and trying to help kids get better. And I was really into sports, so Parks and Rec kind of naturally called me, especially on the sports side. And I thought some of the lessons that I learned as a kid through athletics, I could then help pass down to another generation. So that's really kind of what got me into it. In college, I worked several part-time jobs, both for Independence Recreation Commission in Independence, Kansas, Ottawa Recreation Commission in Ottawa, Kansas, and then the Manhattan Parks and Recreation Department. But my first full-time job was with the City of Junction City as their assistant director. Again, I think I waffled back and forth between being a teacher or this profession when I was in college. Ultimately, this one out. Again, kind of back to that athletics thing. Rather than teaching, I kind of enjoyed being around the sports programs and multiple programs at that, not just one. Well, I think the biggest change was overnight. I went from 17 employees to 60. But there was also the addition of a zoo, a golf course, and then the parks department. So, as you can imagine, some of those have some very unique needs. Lots of learning, lots of unknowns based on my previous experience. So, just a lot to take in, taking that over. I think, my main job is to kind of facilitate and guide the development of facilities and services for the community to enhance the quality of life, help them live a more active lifestyle, and promote health and wellness and their well-being, both socially, mentally, and physically. So what we try to do is plan that out for the future and how to do certain projects, renovations, and all the way down to what kind of programs are we running and what are we trying to capture out of those programs. We run a lot of sports. There's actually a lot more behind that in trying to teach them something about life rather than winning or losing. So, I think it's all encompassing just to improve the quality of life for the community. I think what surprises most people is how much of an economic driver Parks and Recreation really is. It's both what I would say kind of behind the scenes with providing the support services that allow companies to come in and we offer the quality of life for the employees, i.e. Garden Rapids or the park we're in, Long Park, that has a walking trail and an ADA playground. So we offer the things for employees to do outside of that. But we also run things like tournaments and stuff like that, or even Garden Rapids, again, draws people in from outside, bringing outside monies into the community. So I think what surprises people is how big a player we are for economic impact. Oh, I think probably the one I'm most proud of in my career is coming here as the Recreation Commission Superintendent and taking that organization from where it was when I got here, ultimately to building the facility we were in earlier, which was the Overnight Gymnastics Center. That was a lot of hard work by more than just me. I had a great staff that obviously played a big role in that, but I think the Gymnastics Center was a testament to how we turn things around financially and our customer service providers and even our program operations. At least in my experience, experience. One of the things, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, is in college I officiated, I supervised, I worked maintenance, I did all of these things that I now lean into nowadays as a director because of this breadth of experience. So I encourage them to find as many avenues of parks and recreation and explore all the different areas, you know, whether it's aquatics or youth and teen programs at the active adult. I was fortunate through my career to touch all those in some way, and it plays a big role in my ability to be a director today.